This is the Del City City Council meeting for April 20th, 2026. Joe, will you please call roll?
Councilman Dean.
Here.
Councilwoman Brown.
Here.
Councilman Tatum.
Here.
Mayor Finch.
Here. At this time, we'd like to ask Pastor Vera to come up and give our invocation for the day. Please stand.
Let us pray. Gracious Father, we come before you tonight. We thank you for the day you've given us, the sunshine and all that went on. But tonight, Lord, we pray that you will be with us as we have this council meeting. Lord, we pray that you will be with the city of Del City. Lord, may it go forward and be all it can be. Lord, we just pray that you will bless it and may it just grow and be something important, Lord, that will bring people from all over. Lord, we pray that you will be with these around the horn tonight. Lord, we pray that you will just give them wisdom to do everything that they need to do. We thank you for our council people and Lord, and the workers. And Lord, I pray that you will just guide and direct them. And then, Lord, we pray that you'll be with our protectors, our policemen, our firemen, and our military men and women all over the world. Lord, we pray, as we pray for our policemen, we pray for our new police chief, Lord. We pray that you will go before him, be with him in the department as they go forward for a new day. And then, Lord, we pray that you will just bless each and every one. And, Lord, we do pray that you will just guide and direct for the new mayor. Lord, we just place it in your hand. And, Lord, we thank you and we praise you in thy most precious name. Amen.
Amen. JD, would you do our Pledge of Allegiance?
I would be honored.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
At this time, we would like to acknowledge Representative Josh West. He's the Majority Floor Leader and our Oklahoma House Representative. Hey, thank you for coming.
Okay. Hey, it's fun to be on this side for once. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you all for coming. We are about to swear in our new chief of police. Before we do that, if I can have just a moment to say a special thank you and shout out on behalf of the city of Del City to our interim chief, Whit Taylor. Captain Taylor, you're somewhere here. We have him somewhere behind you. There we go. Let's go that way so I can see you. On behalf of the city of Del City, thank you for taking care of our police department these past few months. We greatly appreciate it. Okay, so here's the fun part about doing the oath of office in front of all these people. Let's see if I screw up or not. So I'll hand you this. We're going to start with the oath of office. Raise your right hand and repeat after me. I state your name.
I, Stephen M. Stoddard,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support, obey, and defend
that I will support, obey, and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of Oklahoma,
and the Constitution of the State of Oklahoma,
and that I will not knowingly receive,
and that I will not knowingly receive,
directly or indirectly,
directly or indirectly,
any money or other valuable thing
any money or other valuable thing
for the performance or non-performance
for the performance or non-performance
of any act or duty
of any act or duty
pertaining to my office,
pertaining to my office,
other than the compensation allowed by law.
other than the compensation allowed by law.
I further swear
I further swear
that I will faithfully discharge my duties
that I will faithfully discharge my duties
as the chief of police
as the chief of police
to the best of my ability.
to the best of my ability.
One down, one to go. Second one is your loyalty oath. Raise your right hand and repeat after me. I state your name.
I, Stephen M. Stoddard,
Do solemnly swear or affirm
do solemnly swear
that I will support the Constitution
that I will support the Constitution
and the laws of the United States of America
and the laws of the United States of America
and the Constitution
and the Constitution
and the laws of the State of Oklahoma,
and the laws of the State of Oklahoma,
and that I will faithfully discharge,
and I will faithfully discharge,
according to the best of my ability,
according to the best of my ability,
the duties of my office
the duties of my office
during such time as I am Del City's chief of police.
during such time as I am Del City's chief of police.
Welcome to the team, Chief Dominic. Mayor Finch, with your permission, if we could have a short recess so we can enjoy and meet our new chief.
Yes, at this time, we'll have a 10-minute recess to have cake and meet our new chief.
Woo.
We're back from our recess. I hope everybody had a piece of cake. At this time, we're going to move on to item 4. Is there any public input? Hey, Ron, please state your name and address, sir.
Ron McCall, 3403 South Woodward, Del City. Just a quick reminder to everybody, we have this fantastic Neighbors Night Out coming up this weekend, Saturday, from 4 till 8. A lot of activities we've got planned out, a lot of exhibits and stuff, so grab the kids, come on down, because they're going to love that bouncy house, and those llamas are...
Lots of fun.
Where's it at? You don't know? It's at the community center. It's at the community center.
All
So
right.
thank you.
Is this supposed to be in the front of the community center this time? Or where at the community center are we going to have it?
All of it.
All of it? All of it.
All of it.
Great.
There'll be some people in the double big area set up with different types of booths for selling different items. And then over in the old library area, there'll be other activities going on. We've got DJ coming in, and we have Miss Oklahoma there. I'm sorry? Miss Del City. We wish she was Miss Oklahoma. We think she should have been. We think she should have been. No, it's Miss Del City. Just a lot of fun things going on.
Awesome.
Just come on down and... What? What about the parking?
Parking.
Right. Yeah, the parking will not be at Ray Trent. I'm sorry. Came in ill prepared. Parking, we're going to have some parking available there at the community center. There will be some restricted areas, but we will have handicapped areas. So we have that covered. Any additional parking that's needed, we're going to be parking down the street at the church and or the library. They're on the south side of 15th. So we hope we fill that up.
Thank you for putting that on.
Thank you, Ron. Sounds like a fun time. Food truck, bouncy houses, native plant giveaways. This is going to be fun. Any other public input? Please state your name and your address, please.
You should have it on file. No, just kidding. Ellen Cotillo, 4817 Southeast 19th Street. Thank you again, as always. So first, we have a issue I want to help us with. But we got a courtesy notice on our front door for brush and tall grass and weeds. We don't have a lawnmower, and we've been trying to find someone reasonable to do it. So I called and said, hey, we might need some time, this and that, because I'm not working right now. My husband works from home, this and that. We don't have a lawnmower, blah, blah, blah. The lady I spoke to was not very helpful and very rude and condescending. And she says, well, maybe you should just get a lawnmower. I said, but we can't afford one. We went round and round for a couple minutes. And I said, we need an extension because I don't know what's going to happen. I said, what happens if we don't? She's like, well, the city's going to come out and charge $350. I said, how in the heck, not my words exactly, am I supposed to pay $350 if I can't pay to get someone to do it? And she's like, well, I don't know, figure it out or something. So she said she's going to talk to, I don't know, supervisor, try to get back to me. No one got back to me. Long story short, we did get someone to do it. We're splitting the payment, but my suggestion is, you know how you do the water bill, you give them like one free or something, or extension or something like that. You know, if you can't pay water bill, it gets extended or whatever. I think that residents should maybe have that option as well for like people like us who was having a hard time trying to get it mowed, because if we wouldn't have mowed it, we would have gotten in trouble, landlord got in trouble, and then it went downhill. So not happy, but we got it done. We're still moving the brush, which will be moved probably tomorrow, because we don't have a vehicle, or we don't have a truck, and people want lots of money to haul away brush, which we don't have. So anyway.
Could you give me your address one more time?
4817 Southeast 19th Street, please. And then, real quick, just an update on the microchip scanners, if that's happening or not. I talked to, where'd it go? Chief Williams, we're working on that. I talked to the new police chief. He's very interested in if we do get them and how they work. I'm supposed to go talk to him tomorrow. Perfect example is this was my neighbor's dog. She got out before my neighbor moved, no microchip. So of course she got spayed, microchip and stuff like that. And as I said, she moved, had 2 dogs, chose 1 dog over her. So of course, I have her until the lady's mother is supposed to come pick her up in Texas because she was not going to the shelter. We're trying to avoid all that nonsense and all that nightmare. Also, I spoke with former Mayor Easton earlier today. His idea about the temporary placement facility for animals to keep them out from going to the shelter and getting killed for space because it's getting worse. They're killing 12 tomorrow if they don't get fosters or adopters, healthy dogs, because of space. Sorry. His idea was to do Trent Park. He said about moving the dog runs to the north end because that area gets flooded, and to redo the soccer fields, to build a building. He said a grant might work, but he mentioned a geo bond, possibly. That would cover, sorry, I had notes. That would cover the whole park, including the building. The building doesn't have to be huge. We did some research, me and my husband. I talked to the supervisor at Midwest City Shelter to get some ideas and everything. He said if we did 10 to 12 kennels and a cattery, because there's lost cats too, get dumped, it would need concrete floors, a drainage system, temperature controlled. Also, I would suggest an area to bathe the animals, because you see on Nextdoor all the time people getting animals, finding them, and they're covered in fleas and ticks, which is unhealthy for an animal. A small treatment room, because my husband and I know how to dress wounds in animals as well, because we have animals of our own. My husband was a paramedic, and that's not too hard, but if it's really hit or something, or bad, we can't take it, of course. Also, 2 dog runs, so the animals could go out and go potty and have some exercise. Common stuff, washer, dryer to wash towels, blankets. If the animals could be held up to 10 days to give the owners enough time to find their dog, or for us to get fosters or rescues, maybe adopters, to keep them out of that shelter.
Eldon, I hate to interrupt you, but you're at your time limit.
Okay, that's okay.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome. But you know what I'm asking for.
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Sorry.
All right, at this time, we're going to have Josh come up and give a presentation on our Armed Forces Day Parade.
Thank you. Do I need to tell you my, okay. Don't worry, I don't got a 30-minute long presentation today, just some updates. We're going to be putting out barriers and everything the Friday before, so we'll have them from Action Safety bring them in and start sending them out in the location, so you'll start seeing those go up Friday the 15th. Plan is to start meetings with city staff the week before the parade. Last year I did the day before and the Thursday before. That was not really enough time, especially if people have questions. And since we're kind of changing things around, I don't want, in a meeting when you're getting explained everything, you might not have a question immediately, but you might have one later, and it's a lot easier just to have a follow-up meeting the week after, just in case there's any questions, any confusion, so we can go through that. The changes, we did suggest going down, they'll turn left on Vicky, and they were going to come down 28th. After talking with Captain Taylor and Chief Williams, we kind of suggested actually having them turn right and going down 30th behind Arvis. The main reason is because that's where all of the festival portion's going to be. We'd hate for them to get stuck if people are coming in at the same time, and then you kind of get trapped in that area. And obviously with the stage, if it's just slightly in the street and you have one of those big, the sheriff's SWAT vehicles, that might make it a little bit difficult. And also with people parking to be back there. So what they're gonna do is they're gonna actually turn right on Vicky, and then they're gonna go to 30th and turn right, and then come back down Sunny Lane, and then go back to where the starting line is. So that way they're avoiding all of that area, and there's not gonna be so much traffic there on 28th. Because mainly it would worry, and one of the discussions was if there is a fire emergency and they needed to turn down 28th, if you have the entire parade line backed up for some reason, obviously that would limit them on their ability to get there in time, especially when you're going to the south side of the city. So those are kind of the major changes on that. Nothing too crazy, but just for public safety. And then we're at 70 applicants as of today, waiting on a few more of our statewide candidates, hopefully to be able to join. And so we look forward to that. So things are picking up, so that's good. So we hit my goal. My goal was to have 65, which is what we had last year. So we're hitting 70, so I'm not upset at all. And obviously we still got about 2 weeks before the deadline. And usually I still accept applications through the weekend because I don't make the plan until that following Monday anyways. So I usually let people, if they send it in at Saturday, at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, I'm not going to tell them no. Obviously, we want as many people as possible. And then obviously that's not including any spaces left open for Tinker. Our Grand Marshal has been confirmed, so Colonel Harris will be with us. He will be our Grand Marshal, barring anything else crazy going on in the world. So we're excited, and Colonel Dismukes, who's the Deputy Commander of the 72nd, also plans on being there, so that should be really exciting. And then we have, so our DJ will be doing the DJing beforehand in front of the police department, and then they will move promptly after that and move over to the festival portion at the conclusion of the parade. And they're bringing microphones and everything, so that'll be easy for our announcers who will be there. I don't know who our second announcer is going to be quite yet, so when I get that, obviously we'll be pushing that and announcing, but Mike Glover will be with us again, so that's always exciting. He's done a good job. He's been doing this parade for, 67 years. He's been doing it for a while. Does Midwest cities, I think, for a decade now. So, he does a very good job with us. So we look forward to having him back. And so really, mostly I'm here. If there's any questions or anything you've come up with that you might want me to look into.
Have you had any more food trucks?
We've had 2 apply. So we are going through the process with them, making sure that they have a license with the city of Del City. But once they approve that, they'll be put in. And then we did discuss a little bit about maybe getting, I have approval with OG&E having electricity over there, because obviously if we have several food trucks, they all usually have a generator, most of them do, but if you have 5 food trucks, 5 generators going, that can get pretty loud. So we're gonna make sure we have some electricity over there if they're able to disconnect from their generator and plug directly in to be able to do that. And so we're really excited. We have over 40 vendors now, so it's going to be a pretty big deal. We're really excited, and then after that, we're going to be going over to Bill Eisenhower, having the fireworks show. Like I said, going to depend on the Thunder schedule, which they're looking pretty good. I don't know if the Phoenix Suns are that excited to be playing us, but we're really excited to be playing them, that's for sure. And so depending on the schedule, if there is a game that evening, obviously we'll be playing that for people to watch. They're going to have food and stuff there. And so we've been communicating back and forth. So they're bringing in food trucks, they'll have games. And so it'll just be a continuation of the fun night. And so we'll be getting out a schedule of events so that way everybody on Facebook and on social media and on the internet can be able to see that and see kind of where everything's going to be, what's going on. And so that way they're very well aware. And obviously our announcers and our DJ will constantly announce that to the people before the parade, during the parade, and obviously at the festival portion.
Thank you, Josh.
Thank you.
Are there any other public input? I just want to make sure I didn't miss anybody. None? Okay. Any council input?
Nothing at this time.
Claudia?
Nothing at this time.
On Sunday, I was driving down Sunny Lane, and there's nothing to write down, but great job from the police. They were out in force, going around, including one of the officers doing their paperwork, but looking like it's a speed trap. So again, we got nice presence and doing a good job. So thanks.
Okay, managers report.
Okay, a couple of items for everyone. I want to start off by talking about the Old Town Neighborhood Watch. We had a 500% increase in attendance. Hey, that looks pretty good for a grant, doesn't it? That means we went from 0 people to 5 people. I am still very, excited about that, and that's a great start. So thank you to all those that came out to that on the 9th of April. We are looking at having another meeting again in May now that we know that there is interest, and hopefully we can get some more people involved in that. So we're very excited to see that up and running. And so the Old Town Neighborhood Watch Association will be the second Thursday of the month whenever we have that meeting at the Del City Community Center at 7 o'clock. Ron McCall, I wanted to give a special shout out to you. Thank you so much for running it for us this last week. I really do appreciate it, so thank you for taking that on. I don't know if you volunteered or voluntold, but we still very much appreciate it. Right. So thank you so much for that. A couple of other items. He mentioned the Neighbors Night Out coming up this Saturday. We're very excited to be a part of it. Today we had it's called a BRIC webinar, Building Resilient Infrastructure and Communities Grant. So that was handled through the Oklahoma Emergency Management Office, so we are looking into different grant funding for that, specifically for hazard mitigation money, so tornadoes, floods, that kind of a thing. So we have that coming, so that's exciting. That's a federal opportunity. Coming up in the near future, Rotary is hosting their 1873 Chisholm Trail Healthy Walk. That will be on the 2nd of May at 9 a.m. for anybody who would like to attend. So it's going to start off at the Rotary Park there next to Epperly Heights Elementary. And how long is the walk? Any idea, Councilwoman?
It's about a 20, 30-minute walk at the most, but you also get to have a good conversation with your fellow walking partners, and we get to discuss the Chisholm Trail and how there may be some maps out there that show that the Chisholm Trail came through Del City. So we'll get a little history lesson there too.
So we'd love for you to see you at 9 o'clock in the morning on May the 2nd for that Chisholm Trail Healthy Walk. Coming up for the council members, the District 1 Road Show with Commissioner Lowe for our county commissioner. He will be at City Hall on May the 4th at 12:45 p.m. If you all would like to join us, we'll be in the back main conference room for anyone who would like to attend to meet with our District 1 commissioner and discuss many things. I'm not sure if there's anything going on in the county that you all would like to discuss, but if you would, that's whenever the time would be for that. So good coming up there. Back also on May the 4th, before our council meeting, Rotary is hosting their Breakfast for Dinner fundraiser at 5 o'clock at Bill Eisenhower at Sunny Lane Funeral Home. So if everybody would like to come and have pancakes and sausage, then come here for the 6 o'clock meeting. That'll be fun there. It's also on Star Wars Day, so lots of exciting things happening on Star Wars Day. Last but not least on this item, OML released their digital version of your handbook for municipal mayors and council people. If you would like to download that, that should have been sent to each one of your emails. If not, I'm happy to get you all a copy. City Attorney, I believe it's down to 350 pages?
I think this time it was 313.
All right, there you go. So look at that, condensed. I'm sure that'll be a nice, easy read for the weekend if you all are interested. But they do have their latest digital handbook available. And then an item that I'll be bringing to your attention on May the 4th, going to the GEO bond that Ms. Ellen was talking about earlier. We do have all of our information back from our financial advisor and our bond counsel, so I'll be bringing that to you for discussion and then possible action in the month of May. But just to give you an idea, the GEO bond would go out for election August the 25th. If we do pass it with the citizens, September the 21st would be when we set the GEO bond for sale on the market. Or that the council would set it, they actually go to market October the 19th, and then December 1st, they would close the sale, and then we would receive the funds and start the project. So for those that have heard some of the study session items that we've talked about, we are looking at going out for a $3 million general obligation bond, which goes on to property taxes, and that $3 million would be specific for police and fire vehicles. Our fire department is in need of a new fire engine, Chief Williams, is that right? The average fire engine costs around $1.5 million, so it's not exactly something we can break the piggy bank for, so we're looking to see that. You're also looking at doing a new combo brush rig, right, brush rescue. Brush rescue, there we go. So combining their brush rig with their rescue engine and putting it together, that's a pretty interesting concept we're excited about. We are looking at going out for new outdoor warning systems. So your outdoor warning system specifically for your tornadoes, as up to date as people think ours are, we actually bought those in 2011. Is that right, 2011, 2012? Somewhere in that range. So it is time for those to be upgraded after much needed time. And then of course, vehicles for our police department. Our fleet is beginning to age, and as awesome as our fleet department is keeping them running, it's about time to have some new upgrades there. So those will be brought before the council for public hearing and discussion before we actually push anything to the ballot, and then that will be something that will be a vote of the people to decide if they would like that or not. So if that happens, that would be coming on August the 25th. Before anything comes of that, we will have multiple times where we'll be going to neighborhood watch meetings, Rotary clubs, the Kiwanis Club. We'll get in front of as many people as we can, as well as hosting a town hall explaining the need for that long before the August 25th vote. But if anyone has any questions about the GO bond or the needs of the police or fire department, feel free to hit up either chief or myself, and we'll be happy to discuss that with anyone. That being said, moving on to city clerk's report.
Okay, we have our sales tax report for the month. Our sales tax was up $30,762.55. That is a 2.69% increase. Our use tax was up $2,204.59, which is a 1.33% increase. Our tobacco tax was up $188.97. That's a 3.10% increase. And our hotel motel tax was up $4,540.20, which is an increase of 37.04%. And that is all I have at this time.
Man, city attorney, you got to beat that. Those are some pretty good numbers.
1-0.
Oh.
Go Thunder.
Keeping us up with the Thunder. Very good. Okay. We have the head of HR. We have Madonna Sanders. Anything you'd like for a director report? Okay. I got to think of how to say this. It would be Hatfield and Van Horn. The team of Hatfield and Van Horn. Anything you would like to say for director's report for Public Works? Okay. Director Gandy, anything you'd like to say before the EDA? Okay. Chief Stogner, is he still outside partying? Okay, I was going to say wonder after his first 8-hour day if he already have a report for us. That's okay. All right, Chief Williams, it's all you.
There we go. I'm gonna make this short and sweet tonight. I know it's kind of PD's night, announcing the new chief, and I don't want to steal their thunder. They get the limelight every now and then, so I'm gonna let them keep it. So I'm just gonna cover some stats real quick for March. We ran 400 calls for service for March. 15 of those were fires. 270 of those were medical calls. We did rescue 4 cats this month, so I thought that was pretty good. Training hours for the month, the guys completed 555 hours. Kind of a unique training. Major Self was able to go to the Fire Marshal Conference in Shawnee and then kind of network with all the other fire marshals around, so that was a good event. We attended the Better with Age event. We were able to hand out, I think, like 32 smoke detectors for the month and a bunch of fire department swag. That thing is packed every year, so it was a good event. Right now, we're gearing up for our sergeant's promotional exam next week. We have 14 corporals that'll be testing for one position. It'll be very competitive and very interesting to see who comes out with it. They'll start with a written exam, and then they'll do what we call a fire problem, where we put them through a scenario or give them an actual scene or a call and how they respond and whether they cover all the items that are required. So, and then after that, it's followed up by an interview to end the testing. So it'll be interesting next week. Just kind of things we're gearing up for. Annual hose testings this month. So we go through all of our hose and make sure every year we do an annual test on them, pressure test them, check for any leaks, tears, any of that stuff. make sure they're in service, mark them, and then we do it again the following year. So that just ensures all of our hoses, when we go to hook them up, are totally ready to go. Josh kind of covered it. We're been meeting about the Armed Forces Day Parade coming up. Sounds like he has that under control. Neighbors Night Out this Saturday, we'll be there, gearing up for that. And then, just a reminder, right now is storm season. You mentioned our outdoor warning system, the GeoBond. We're super excited about the GeoBond. Of course, we're in need for an engine. I know they look pretty running down the road right now, but we've had several issues here lately that it's been like chasing our tail a little bit, but we got it under control. We got 2 of our trucks back today, so we're back up fully staffed besides one that we're still waiting to get repaired. Reminder, back to storm season, our outdoor warning system. The new system that we're going to put in for on the GeoBond is, we're so far right now behind technology. Not to scare anybody, they work great. We test them all the time. They do have sound right now. I mean, they make the siren sound with no issues, but the problem is we're behind the times on having to manually activate it. The new system, Commander One, which most cities have gone to, that we activate the siren when we're within the polygon under a tornado warning. We can set that to automatically activate, so there's no human error, there's no activating too long, activating too early. Right now, literally I'm at the station or one of our captains, and I'm standing in front of the computer watching, the TV and the weather info with National Weather Service and all the radar stuff that we got coming in, information, and we're trying to determine, we get in trouble if we set it too early, we get in trouble if we set it a little too late, so we're very serious about it. We do take into consideration, the time of day it is. We got a couple of complaints for letting them sound too early last time. The reason being is the storm came in right around the time it's baseball season. People are in baseball parks. We wanted to make sure we got that out early so people could get out of there and get home. So it'll be a great addition to the city. It also, this outdoor warning system also includes all the parks with automated activation where you could leave actual messages, what the event is or why to evacuate if there was another issue. Other than that, we're excited about the GeoBond, and if y'all have any questions, I'll be glad to answer them.
How long does it take to get a fire truck once we finally get money to work?
So that depends greatly on what's available at the time. If we do a true build and we had to start from scratch right now, you're looking about a year and a half, up to 2 years. I'm hoping that at this time something becomes available that would work for us or fit. I mean, we're not going to take something that's not perfect, but Pierce and Ferrara both make engines that fit exactly what we need, and if they put something out that time, our fingers are crossed. We've already got we've been in contact with several vendors, letting them know that this is coming up. So they have us on the list, and they're looking for us all the time. So, anything else?
Thank you, C.
Thank you.
And that is everything for my report, ma'am.
Okay. Item 6, consent docket. Discussion, consideration, possible action to approve the following items by unanimous consent with one motion. A, minutes of regular meeting of Council of April 6, 2026. B, minutes of special meeting, study session of Council of April 14, 2026. C, budget amendment for fiscal year 2025-2026 as shown in Exhibit A to the Council agenda. D, assess abatement costs to property owners in the total amount of $7,701.32 for cleanup of previously abated properties in accordance with Del City Code Sections 13-106 through 13-114.
I'd like to remove number 10, please. I'm sorry, I'd like to make the motion to remove number 10 from item D and make the motion to approve A, B, and C as written.
Second?
Are we allowed to do that, Mr. Attorney?
Yeah, they can. I think the motion needs to clarify D also, all except for item 10.
Yes, approve D, all except for item 10, please.
Any discussion? Take a vote. Councilwoman Brown?
Aye.
Councilman Tatum?
Aye.
Councilman Dean?
Aye.
Chair votes aye, motion passes.
Now we take up that separate item. Now we need to take up item number 10 that was removed.
I make a motion that we deny number 10. Or,
Okay, so I have to take another vote for that? Okay, second.
May I ask why we're denying that?
yes, if you pull up the picture, I'd requested for more pictures. I'd be more than happy to discuss it again after the pictures, but it is just one item, and that's it. Those are the only 2 pictures.
Are you comfortable with tabling for 2 weeks so I can get you that info?
Sure.
Okay.
Can you adjust your motion?
I'll need you to motion for, to table it for 2 weeks.
I'll make a motion to table number 10 for 2 weeks in preparation to receive photos that will help to make the case. Thank you.
Second.
Any more discussion? Take a vote. Councilman Brown?
Aye.
Councilman Dean?
Aye.
Councilman Tatum?
Aye.
Chair votes aye, motion passes. Item 7, final plat. Request to final plat the property located at the northwest corner of the intersection of Northeast 4th Street and Vicky Drive. Discussion, consideration, possible action to approve with modifications, deny, or require additional information for a request for a final plat for the property located at the northwest corner of the intersection of Northeast 4th and Vicky Drive. Per PC application, PC plat 701-26, public hearing before Planning Commission on March 26, 2026. Approved by Planning Commission on March 26, 2026. Authorize mayor to endorse same.
I'll make a motion to approve item 7 as written and authorize mayor to endorse same.
Second.
Any discussion? Take a vote. Councilman Tatum?
Aye.
Councilwoman Brown?
Aye.
Councilman
Aye.
Dean? Chair votes aye, motion passes. The next item is discussion only, shade structures for Eagle Harbor. Discussion only regarding Eagle Harbor shade structures, including maintenance, improvements, usage, and future planning.
Thank you all so much. So as we talked about in our first meeting in April, we talked to, CJ, you can go ahead and come up if you want. We talked about the different items that we want to do. We're doing 3 items at a time. So one of them was the this shade structures at the pool. Let's start saying that 5 times fast. So CJ has got some options and ideas available for us. If you want to go over those with them, please.
Yeah, let me get my paperwork out here. So for a little while, CJ Jennings, Parks and Recreation Supervisor, City of Dale City, we had looked at some options for covering the current skeletons, the frames that are for the shade structures over at Eagle Harbor. And so over time, I've had some varying numbers come in. some a little surprising, so I'll just kind of go over what we're looking at. Different options, metal coverings versus fabric coverings. Quite a contrast in pricing in between all of them. So if you'll bear with me, I'll just kind of go over these one by one. Excuse me, a little under the weather today. So one of the quotes I had received from Titan Building Company to do all 4 structures, this is with metal roofing, was a total of $60,350. And that was going to be for gabled in roofing. Single slope, which is just a flat top, basically, the total on that for those for 4 structures was going to be significantly less, $25,100. One of the earlier proposals that I had received, this was back in December of 2025, was through Callahan Steel Buildings, and this was for hipped-in structures, which, if anybody is or isn't aware, hipped-in structures, the roofing, is better for windy areas. It's a 4-sided roof. It lowers the possibility of your panels blowing off, and for those 4 structures at the time, it was an amount not to exceed $39,000. The base price, if they didn't have to add extra supports per unit, was $29,808, which was and still is the best proposal that we have had. Looking at fabric covers to replace brand new, the quote I'd gotten included some tax, but basically that was $20,000 to get 4 new covers just for fabric. So a bit of a difference in fabric and steel, obviously, but fabric, you have to consider that the wind here in Oklahoma tears those up very badly. The metal panels are guaranteed to last at least 10 years, if not 20. So the worst case scenario is one blows off, you can have it replaced, and the longevity is there with metal shade coverings. And then one of the options we had was going in-house. Micah Unruh, the street supervisor, had gotten some numbers to gather materials and do the job in-house. And the numbers for that, with doing all labor provided and just buying materials, to do the 3 structures, looks like it was around, in parts, only $9,000, give or take. I didn't add them both up, but one is $5,743 for the 2 concession, the food court structures, and then the, looks like the East End Pavilion in parts was around $3,800. And those are for metal roofs done in-house through the city of Del City. So is there any questions on any of that?
What is the total on the in-house?
Just factoring in parts was around $9,000 in parts.
You're not on, Scott.
The first figure, these are the figures from BBM of OKC. The first total is $5,743.14, and an additional $3,837.44.
Do we know if, so is the BBM quote to have a nice, aesthetically nice looking roof?
Jennings?
Or a similar roof that like Callahan was looking at?
Yes, well, and that's where we run into the issue. Callahan by far aesthetically was the better look with the hipped in roofs, the 4-sided roofs. These are going to be gabled in roofs, which still look good. Basically, it's just a pitched roof is all a gabled in is. So still aesthetically will look good. A little bit different on the wind resistance, but we have other structures like that that are holding up at the pool, so shouldn't be too much of an issue.
And if we would like to go with a aesthetically looking hipped roof, we could ask BBM to provide us with one.
Yes, they would provide the materials. That would have to be determined if it was in the wheelhouse and the capabilities of our street department to do that.
So on all of the bids that you've gotten, the gauge, is it all 26?
No, the paneling is 14 gauge, which is common. That's a common thickness for roof paneling.
And so I did talk to BBM today, and so 26 gauge is good, is good enough for the roof. And lots of roofs have it, so this 14 gauge is going to be close to twice as thick. So it's better, a longer material.
All right. And I understand if we do this in-house, is there any deconstruction that needs to be done? Tearing down anything? And once that's done, if need be, how long will it take to install these?
So to answer your first question, yes, the current skeletons, the metal frames that are there would have to be cut out. It is unknown how the anchoring systems are for those. So those would be taken out and replaced with new anchors and new steel. The timeline given from Micah was that it could be up to 2 weeks per structure.
Per structure. And when is the pool opening?
Pool opens the week after Memorial Day.
Okay. And the other companies, do you know when they would be able to install these?
Well, so the problem we ran into is a lot of these companies are a month or two out, and when I started this process of gathering quotes, at the time, it was a possibility to get it done. Right now, that would not be possible through an outside vendor.
How many, so for Public Works, do we have 4 people that could be dedicated to this? So I've built steel roof, sidings, so forth. It's not a very difficult, extremely difficult part. So I think that our Public Works really could get it done, and at least we have the ability to get started as soon as that material is ready. And no matter what, Callahan's gonna have to wait for the material to be ready. So I think kind of the quickest possibility may be having our own guys do it.
I did want to clarify, I don't know if there's a misunderstanding or not. We currently do have 3 fabric shade covers that are for those skeletons. And so...
that haven't been used, or?
No, they're the ones from last year. They are used. They're still usable. They're still in decent condition. They're still in usable condition. They are not in excellent condition. But for the purposes of saving time and money, one of the thought processes, if agreed upon, was to use those this season and get an early start on materials and labor starting after the pool season ends. That'll give it plenty of time and a big enough window to get those done the way we want.
That sounds...
I think that sounds like a plan. Thank you, CJ.
Absolutely. Any other questions?
Thank you for all your work.
Welcome.
Item 9, discussion only. YMCA of Greater Oklahoma staffing of the Eagle Harbor Aquatic Center. Discussion only regarding Eagle Harbor, scheduled options and costs associated with staffing the Eagle Harbor Aquatic Center for 2026 season.
Well, CJ, you only thought you were done.
Okay, so after starting in 2024, 2023, I noticed that it was becoming increasingly difficult to attract staffing. And the more I dug in for the swimming pool, the more I dug in, I realized that it wasn't a unique problem to Del City. This is a nationwide problem with the lifeguarding industry. And one of the disadvantages that we've encountered here is we had the normal competition as far as staffing, Tinker, Midwest City, but we also had OKC River Sport, which has been around for a few years now, the Willa Johnson Rec Center, which is an indoor pool and rec center that just opened, and the big one, O'Connor Resort. And so last year when we had opened up to start hiring, I had a total of 4 applications. And even with all the outreach I'd done, they just weren't coming in. So as everyone knows, we took the measures to get set up with the YMCA. So having done that, I anticipate possibly an RFP because of the cost from last year just for the short window that we had. And fortunately, the Y had sent us some numbers. A couple of people, no bid, which is fine, but the Y had sent in some numbers that were under that RFP amount, and I will go over those quickly here. I'd given a list of 4 options as far as operations from their end, and they quoted one option, which was, or they quoted 2 options, which was 5 days a week, 6 lifeguards, for a total of $55,876.26, which includes a 25% management fee of $10,575. And so we discussed some further options about how can we get these numbers down. And one of the things that came up is we could provide lifeguard equipment and supplies, provide everything on our end that we could to kind of reduce that cost. And another one was operate 1 less day a week, which is what we did last year. And that got the number down to $44,192 with a management fee of $8,838. There appears to be no getting out of the management fee if we use the YMCA. I had reached out to one other vendor that supplies lifeguards for municipalities and HOAs, and they were unable to bid. They would not be able to help us this year. So the only one that was able to send back a bid was the YMCA. Having said that, 4 days a week is not a bad operation schedule. That gives us 1 or 2 days a week for maintenance if something happens, as well as possible private parties. And the private parties actually have done really well in the past here in Del City. But for the time being, these are the numbers, the most current numbers we have from the YMCA to move forward if we want to use them.
I like the idea of bringing it out like the Monday and Tuesday to private parties. I think we need to market it a little bit better. That way we do have people, I know people do like to go out and rent just pools. Sometimes they'll rent homeowners' pools just for the fact that they have a pool for a day.
I agree, and that's something, if we move forward, we can negotiate a cost split with the Y, or, you know, and they're on board for doing that. We just have to find out, A, how we're going to move forward. And if this is the way, the 4 day a week, if we decide to go that route, that'll give me a little more wiggle room to see what we can do with private parties.
I would like to say that I would rather keep it at 5 days a week and have the Monday, Tuesday, and have the pool open Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, 5 days a week. I know that's what we did last year, from what the website says.
Website might have been wrong. We did only operate 4 days, which was Wednesday, Thursday.
I'd like to see if we could bring it back to the 5 days.
Okay, so if, just based on this preliminary pro forma budget they had provided me, that put us over the mark for the RFP requirement. And if that's the case, if anyone else came in similar, I think we would have to open up an RFP.
And if we did open up an RFP, that would mean that we're 30 days behind. Is that the issue? And if not, could we do an RFQ instead and just temporarily have them? No. So, but you did say that you went out for some bids and nobody else responded. Is that right?
They did respond with they would not be able to.
That they won't be able to. Yeah, I saw that letter. So there was nobody else besides the YMCA, correct?
That is all I have able to find so far, yes.
Yeah.
When you were open 4 days last year, did you receive any complaints?
Honestly, if I did, nothing stood out. I think people were just happy at the time, after the amount of time that had gone by, that we were open at all. We had also partnered with an excellent concession stand vendor, so everything, for all intents and purposes, went really well.
I'm all about having a pool for the kids here in Del City. We offer very little for our community, and I think having our pool open is a plus.
Was it 55 last year for just the 4 days a week?
No, because we did a prorated amount because we didn't open until the season was almost over.
That's right, because we opened super late.
Yes.
So that's why, how much did they, it was under the 50? Okay.
And how long does the RFP take if we start right now? When would,
It would have to be 30 days. We can evaluate some items, but it looks like you all are interested in going the 5 days. So if we're good with 5 days, then we can meet in the morning and come up with some options.
Okay.
Thank you, CJ. Item 10, rubber mulch for park maintenance. Discussion, consideration, possible action to approve with modifications, or deny the purchase of rubber mulch to place under all playground equipment for all the parks from Jelly Bean LLC in an amount not to exceed $25,000 to account 03-515-213.
I make a motion that we approve as written.
second?
Yes. So I'm trying to find all my backup documents, but I was just reading about the quotes, and when it said that the cheapest quote involved mulched tires, which give off gases. That's one of the things I've complained about for an asphalt plant. They give off the same off gases.
Yes.
So I would be curious as to the other products. I didn't see specifically that they don't give off gases, but do they?
No, they do not. These are specifically made for playgrounds. This is, and they're all coated. They're all coated with different colors, so you can actually choose the colors that you want.
Even this particular one, the one that we're looking at,
The Jelly Bean?
the Jelly Bean?
Yes,
Oh, great.
yes, it is coated, and they have colors.
And everything I've seen, this is loose mulch. It's not like the rubber padding you
No,
see.
no, this is loose mulch. Right now, currently, at Rotary Park, there's 2 inches of rubber mulch. We need to get that to 4 inches to make it appropriate. So that's what this quote is for, is to make 4 inches at Rotary Park and 4 inches at all the other parks, so
Okay.
everything.
And have you looked into the cost of that padding, or is that even an option for us?
We have not looked at the padding. I think it's pretty expensive, but we can look into that.
The reason I like the padding is because the mulch seems to spread, just like you have to bring it up another 2 inches now.
Yeah.
If you have the padding, it's there for 20 years or so. So is it possible you could look
Yeah,
into the
we can
cost
look
for the
into that.
padding?
We can look into that.
Is this mulch, for this prices, are we going to be sending out our people to install it and get it
Yes.
to these things?
Correct.
How soon can we get the mulch?
I think they said, didn't they say 3 weeks? I think that's what, I think Micah got the quote for us, and I think it was like, delivery would be pretty quickly. They would ship
Okay.
it out. It's like 3 weeks.
And will this cover, it will get all of the
This will get
equipment
all
this time?
of the parks and 4 inches on all the parks, and then add 2 more inches over to Rotary Park.
Okay, awesome.
Did we look into any state contracts on it as well for this material?
No, we did not look into that. We can. I don't think we had one. Did we, Mike? No, I don't think there was one. Micah did look at that.
Would you be in agreement then, mentioning the state contract, to table the motion until that can be found out, and also the cost of the permanent padding instead of mulch?
I mean, as much as I would like to get it done, but I think
Something
it's been 2
we've been
years.
waiting on it for a long
Yeah, I've
time.
been waiting for a long time, but, 2 more weeks to see if it happens to be even possibly double the cost, like you said, that's really a nice option, because I'm sure we all have had mulch get outside of our flower gardens and everywhere else.
So you're suggesting that we put a pad in all of the parks?
Right, that'd be a question, and I
And-
highly expect it's going to be extremely expensive.
Yeah, extremely
But-
expensive, which may waste some time you
would-
think?
it would-
I mean, maybe we can start looking into that, kind of like we're doing with the pool, get us by, and then we can really start trying to focus on that because, if we're going to do a whole new pad, then maybe we can even start thinking about replacing some slides or replacing some swings, because you would have to remove all of that and redo the pad. So to save time, to try to get us something, could we do something now and then start looking at the pad? I think the pad would be great. And maybe, with the contract, maybe we could even throw in some new swings, some new slides if we do a whole new pad.
I would be in favor of tabling it for 2 weeks. Would that give you time to
Yes.
look into the cost for the padding and then come back?
Yes.
With also the option then of if the price is just way too high, we could agree to the rubber mulch at that time.
Do we have an idea of how much we have estimated for rubber mulch? Did we have a max? And do we have a max for what we would want for a pad?
I would expect that you guys have gone out there and looked at what you're looking at putting it in.
Yes.
So that same area would be, that same square footage. So they came up with a square footage and then go with the inches to come up with this amount. And going back to the cost is whenever you get 4 or 6 inches and you only need 2 inches of the pad, it might be, who knows what it would turn out to be. So I think 2 weeks, 2 weeks after the last 2 or 3 or 10 years, I think 2 more weeks wouldn't hurt to allow them to, 1, research that, and 2, check on state contracts real quick.
And when you do the research, please try to avoid the the recycled tires.
Yeah.
I mean, we're talking, it says heavy metals, zinc, lead, VOCs, PAHs, which is polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons, right? And when they're out in the sun, it says right here, these substances can be released. I don't want those.
Yes, we did.
I don't want the kids
those.
breathing
That's why
in
we
those.
were saying we did not want the cheapest quote. The cheapest quote was $10,000 less. We didn't want to go with that.
And
Even
city-
though we gave you 3 quotes, we're like, we don't
Ci-
want this one.
City Clerk, do you know when our next council meeting is?
May the 4th.
May the 4th, I'm sorry. Yeah. Is that possible to get this information by May the 4th?
Yes, it is.
Okay, very good.
I'd like to withdraw my motion and make a new motion to table this until May the 4th.
I made the motion and Tatum seconded.
Guess,
And I do not withdraw my motion. Tatum, you can withdraw yours if you would like.
I'll withdraw my motion.
Okay, I need a second motion.
nothing.
I'll make a second.
For clarification, Claudia, you still have a motion on the table?
She has the motion.
Yeah.
Motion
So
to
we can't have
approve.
a second motion until we have,
So,
Because Scott withdrew.
did you withdraw your motion now?
She's keeping her motion on the table.
Okay.
Pam said.
I did, I seconded. All right. All right, any other discussion? Take a vote. Councilwoman Brown?
Aye.
Mayor votes aye. Councilman Dean?
No.
Councilman Tate?
No.
Stalemate?
Fails.
Okay. Motion fails.
Mr. Attorney, do I need to make a motion to table this now until
No,
May
so
the 4th?
it's done for tonight. So it can be brought back up as a new agenda item, but at this point, it's just dead right now.
Very good, okay.
There's a lesson in Counseling 101. Okay, item 11, selection of mayor. Discussion, consideration, and possible action to approve or deny the selection of a mayor, including the following: A, discussion and possible action concerning procedure for the election of mayor. B, nomination of qualified electors for the office of mayor. C, determination and authorization of persons to administer the oath of office of the mayor. And D, vote to elect the mayor.
So City Attorney, if we're reading this right, item A doesn't require a vote, item B doesn't require a vote, but item C and D will require a vote.
Item A can require a vote if they want to establish a procedure to move forward. B does not require a vote, though.
So item A, they can just start the discussion now, and then when they come up with their procedure, they'll vote on it.
That is correct. So I put on everybody's desk the relevant charter sections here that are controlling what we're doing tonight.
So basically how this can work, and we're totally in charge of what procedures we'd like. One way that could work is we go through, nominate, have a quick, nominate slash, we're all, sorry, let's back this up because, very few people know this, which is each one of the four of us can go and vote for any qualified elector in the city, which the four of us are qualified.
If they're qualified.
Yes. And the qualified electorate has lived in the city of Dale City for 1 year.
Over the age of 25 and lived in Dale City for 1 year as of today.
Right. And so, I think that we go through, at the next part of whenever we do the nominating, we nominate, we have a quick discussion about, their qualifications or whatever else that you might want to say, and then we move to that. My one thought is that who's ever going to actually administer the oath of office, why don't we put that down at item D and move D to C? So to do the vote on the mayor and then afterwards determine who's going to actually do
I think that it really doesn't matter as far as the C or the D. It's going to happen one way or the other. So I'd like to keep it within the format.
There's no format. That's what I'm saying. They listed these things out. It's all up to us. And my part is depending upon who it is, if it turns out to be you, you can determine at that point going throughout the nominations and fully support.
Well, we do have to follow our ordinances and our charter.
This doesn't have anything to do with the charter, does it? No, this doesn't have anything to do with the charter.
Okay.
He's right. You are in control of what this looks like, but you can take, like anything else we do out of order, you can do this in whatever order you see fit.
Okay. Well, one person is not all four of us. So what do you guys want to do?
I would propose starting by nominating individuals. Each of us would nominate an individual, and then we would have the next round would be actually voting for that individual. On the first round, should that person win, they become mayor. If they don't receive a majority, on the second round, we would make the same nomination or change our nomination, as the case may be, vote until someone is elected. I would also propose that we have an order of voting. To make it simple, I would start with Ward 1, Ward 2, Ward 3, and Ward 4. It makes it simple.
That's what I was thinking too.
And basically, I mean, this is entirely up to us. We don't have to, all the charter says is that the council elects the mayor. Our procedures are entirely up to us. So we just have to agree exactly how we're going to do it. I would be in favor of switching D to C and C to D. But at the end of the day, it really doesn't matter that much. But for procedural, I think that would be better.
I like the fact of doing the nominations first. Then elect the mayor.
I would say after we nominate someone, to ask them if they are a qualified elector, if they have lived in the ward for a year, to verify that. And, I was going to ask you, Mr. City Attorney, can we only make one nomination? Each of us can only make one?
Yes.
You can make as many as you want, you can only vote for one,
You
obviously.
can only vote for one,
Right.
but I could make a nomination for 20 people if I wanted to.
If you wanted to, yes.
Okay.
And I think that it wouldn't be, just for clarification, because I might have understood this wrong, it wouldn't be nominate one person, vote yes or no. Each of you would nominate, and then you would elect from those people that are nominated.
Okay.
So could we say that we are on A, we're making a motion to take action on A, and then for B, rolling into going ahead and selecting or saying your nominations for B? I just don't want it to take forever, so let's just take the action. Each ward 1 through 4, say their nomination, determine who wants to, vote first and then determine, right? That's what we're gonna do. So we'll,
When you get to that point, that could be the motion. I mean, basically Scott laid it out what he's proposing. If that was put into a motion form and passed, that would be what we would do. At that point, it would be nominations, and then it's whatever you choose, but I don't see a reason with doing nominations, vote, and then determining.
Yeah, I think, yeah. And so I don't think we ever return back to A. We've just determined this. We're just going to go through this, and then afterwards, we'll make the motion to have the vote, and then we just choose one of the names out of the nominees. And then if it's a tie, then we go back to the nominees and go back to the vote.
And just for clarification, in the confusion of what just happened a second ago, so we just had a motion that was an agenda item that required a motion, that died on the spot. But this is not an agenda item in that way. So you can vote on this as many times as it takes until you get a mayor.
And the final thing is if at the end of the day, midnight, 2 o'clock, that we finally decide that we're not going to get one, we could table it, because again, this is up to us. So that's the final option. We don't have to
Can
finish
that
this
happen,
tonight, do we?
City Attorney?
Does not have to happen tonight. So the charter says that if you don't pick a new mayor in 60 days, at that point, it automatically goes to the electorate for the citizens to vote. So you have 60 days from the date of the resignation to resolve this. So you could actually table it tonight to come back at the next meeting. That would be within the 60 days, but that 60 days is a hard deadline.
Okay, so there are qualifications for the person that administers the oath, right?
Yes, but one of those qualifications is that they're nominated by this body to do it, so.
Okay, so let's start off with the nomination of qualified electors. Scott, sorry,
Well,
Michael Dean.
before we do that, real quick, before we do that, so let's set the procedure in A. So I would suggest that somebody make a motion summarizing the voting order, that we're going to open the floor to nominations, this is the voting order, and then close that so we can move forward.
Okay. Yes, DNC. So,
so
go ahead.
make a motion to approve going ahead with A, B, D, then C. And as far as the voting order, we are going to start with Ward 1 and work our way down to Ward 4. No, that's it.
Second.
Take a vote. Councilwoman Brown?
Aye.
Councilman Dean?
Aye.
Councilman Tatum?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Okay, let's start off on item B for nominations. We will start off with Michael Dean.
So I would like to, first off, thank everything. And of course, this whole part is we're very happy with everything that's going on. So proceeding on, I would like to go and my plan for nominations, I'm going to nominate Greg Childers. He was born and raised in Del City, went to the Del City schools. He's lived in Del City his entire life, and which is the city that he loves. He has served many years on the Planning Commission. He understands the past plans for our city. He'll be able to integrate our Planning Commission members into a larger role with planning for the future. And he was elected to the state senate from the Del City and South Oklahoma City Electric, and won by a large majority. So at the Senate, while he was on the Senate seats, he sat on the Public Safety Committee. And from this experience, you'll be able to help our police and fire with contacts for possible grants and opportunities from the state. He also sat on the Transportation Committee. Several times he has secured improvements for Del City, yet at the time, whenever he was on the Senate, the city didn't respond to them. So as mayor, he'll be able to go back and use his inner knowledge of the state transportation department to assist us with future requests for improvements to I-40. Greg will be able to immediately step in the office of mayor and provide an atmosphere for the city and its citizens to work together for the benefit of our great city. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to nominate myself. You know, that's kind of hard for me. I'm a pretty humble person. I have worked with this city. I started in probably 2010 on beautification committee. I worked on the beautification committee till 2017, and then I was approached by Councilman Bartlett, and he asked me to be a council person. I said, that's not something I've ever thought about, but okay, sure. My life was kind of new to me because it was my life. My daughters had moved on. I'd lost my husband, so I jumped right in with both feet, and I have learned it from the ground up. It's been an amazing, amazing learning curve. So I won. I ran for that council seat, and I had an opponent, and I won it. That was from 2017 till now. I actually have 3 more years on my council seat if I don't get this slot. I also sat on the DCEDA since 2019. I am the secretary for DCMSA. I'm sorry, I'm the chair for the DCEDA, which is the Economic Development, and I've been the vice mayor since 2017. I also serve on a seat for the board of directors for the Del City Chamber, and I'm also on my neighborhood watch. I am the vice president of our Epperly Heights Neighborhood Watch. I believe in our community, I believe in our city, and that's the only reason why I sit here is because I want our city better. Thank you.
My nomination is for Greg Childers. Thank you.
I'd like to nominate Francisco Arredondo. I've known Francisco for about 10 years. He moved here from California. He's bought a home here. He's a younger man. He's getting ready to turn 29 years old tomorrow. He has gone to school. He's about to finish his bachelor's degree in mathematics and physics. He holds a civilian job at Tinker. He's also a technical sergeant in the Air Force. He has served on the Beautification Committee and the Del City Urban Renewal Authority with pride, and all-around good guy, all-around good guy. So that's it.
All right. Do we need to? Okay, I make a motion that we start the voting process for mayor, and I vote, can I just continue on? I vote for Greg Childers.
I vote for myself, Pam Finch.
Childers.
Greg Childers.
All right. You have a new mayor, Greg Childers.
And going on to item D, or item C, is if I would, I'd like to request that I be able to swear Greg in. if that is okay with my counterparts.
I would agree to that.
Go ahead.
All right.
So I think that should, to satisfy the charter, I think that should be a motion and a vote.
Make a motion that I I make a motion that I swear in Greg Childers as mayor.
Second?
Take a vote. Councilman Dean.
Aye.
Councilman Tatum.
Aye.
Councilwoman Brown. Aye. Chair votes nay.
Okay. Wait a minute. No. Actually, wait.
We need
have
to
another
hold-
We have another bulletin, don't we? Or another,
If we could do just a 5-minute recess so that we can get set up. We need a 5-minute recess so we can get set up? Okay, if that's okay.
Okay.
So we'd actually have to vote on 12?
do we have to vote on 12? It's just, it doesn't say it.
What? It's just wrong. You put someone in a situation. I don't want to talk to you. I don't want to talk to you right now, Michael.
Calling back the council meeting. And we are moving forward with 12. Number 12, oath of office, mayor, the administration of the oath of office of the newly selected mayor, Greg Childers, requested by council members Michael Dean, Ward 1, and Scott Tatum, Ward 4.
All right, it's my honor to get to swear you in, Mr. Childers. So this is the oath of office we're going to be doing. And here's a copy of the oath of office, if you'll repeat after me. If you'll raise your right hand and follow me. I state your name.
I, Greg Childers.
Do solemnly swear or
Do solemnly swear.
or affirm that I will support, obey, and defend the Constitution of the United States.
Do solemnly swear or affirm that I will support, obey, and defend the Constitution of the United States.
And the Constitution of the State of Oklahoma.
And the Constitution of the State of Oklahoma.
And that I will not knowingly receive, directly or indirectly,
And that I will not knowingly receive, directly or indirectly,
any money or other valuable thing for the performance or non-performance
any money or other valuable thing for performance or non-performance
of any act or duty pertaining to my office other than the compensation allowed by law.
of any act or duty pertaining to my office other than the compensation allowed by law.
I further swear that I will faithfully discharge my duties as mayor of the city of Del City
I further swear that I will faithfully discharge my duties as mayor of the city of Del City
and trustee of the Del City Municipal Services Authority
and trustee of the Del City Municipal Services Authority
and the Del City Economic Development Authority
and the Del City Economic Development Authority
to the best of my ability.
to the best of my ability.
Congratulations. Go. We got one more. One more. The loyalty oath. And you raise your hand again. I state your name.
I, Greg Childers,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear,
that I will support the Constitution and laws of the United States of America
do solemnly swear or affirm that I will support the Constitution and the laws of the United States of America
and the Constitution and the laws of the state of Oklahoma,
and the Constitution and laws of the state of Oklahoma,
and I will faithfully discharge,
and I will faithfully discharge,
according to the best of my abilities,
according to the best of my ability,
the duties of my office
the duties of my office
during such time as I am mayor of the city of Del City
during such time as I am mayor of the city of Del City
and trustee of the Del City Municipal Services Authority
and trustee of the Del City Municipal Services Authority
and the Del City Economic Development Authority.
and the Del City Economic Development Authority.
Congratulations. All right.
I appreciate it. I was very surprised, very humble. One of the things I promised to do is come in here and work hard and make, be the mayor that everybody wants to, is looking for, bring some trust into this city, get our council working together and our city staff as well, working together to the best of our abilities and maintain, a very good plane of existence where we can start addressing complaints, we can address problems, and make this the best place to live in the state. That's our goal. Thank you very much. This is my wife, Melanie, by the way. She's the most important person in my life for the last 35 years. And words can't describe. She gave me three boys that are all grown adults now. So if you've got kids, you totally understand. But God bless this woman for putting up with my shenanigans. They've been going on for years.
come everybody has an iPad but me? Do I need to go buy my own iPad?
One will be issued to you shortly. They're already on. Here's your copy, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, sir.
You are on, this is finalizing the council agenda on item 13, council input.
All right. All right, thank you very much. Welcome back to our council meeting. Wow, it's a new day. So let's, bright and smiley, continue on. I think Councilwoman Finch had some other plans this evening, so I'm going to go ahead and assume the gavel as desired. Oath of office has been done, so the number 13 on the agenda is council input. Does anybody have any council input?
I make a motion that we, oh,
Yeah, and by the way, I always get number 14. No. Make a motion that we adjourn to the Del City Municipal Services Authority.
second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Mr. Tatum?
Aye.
Ms. Claudia?
Aye.
Mr. Dean?
Aye.
And the mayor votes aye.
And so, yeah, right. So it's, if you don't mind, I could just. Or, can I bang the gavel? I do. Yes, my one time, so let's see how it goes. Call to order the Del City Municipal Services Authority. Joe, will you please call the roll call?
Trustee Dean?
Aye.
Trustee Childers? Aye. Trustee Brown?
Aye.
Trustee Tatum?
Aye.
And we have a quorum, and we're all in. And just for everybody's knowledge, I am basically the secondary vice, the vice chair. Yeah, so. All right, roll call's been done. Public and trustee input. Does anybody in the public have any comments for the Del City Municipal Service Authority? Yes, Mr.
Not
Schmitz.
for the DCMSA, but I got to go to dinner. I'll be in trouble. So 4321 Spiver Drive, Joshua Schultz. Well, first, congratulations, Mr. Mayor. Real quick, things coming up for the chamber, so I can knock that out. Coffee Connection this Thursday at 8 a.m. at the Del City Library. So don't go to the community center, go to the new library that's just behind Dunkin' Donuts there and to the west of the church. And so we look forward to seeing you there in the morning. Following that, obviously, Neighbors Night Out is this weekend from 4 to 8 at the community center. So please come out, show support to the community. We kind of would like to see this grow. Big thank you to our Neighborhood Watch Associations for being a part of it, SSM for supporting it, and obviously everything that the city has done and to prepare for this. So we look forward to doing that. And then, of course, the big thing we got coming up is Armed Forces Day. That's May 16th. So festivities will start at about 9:45 in the morning, and then we will go until when the parade concludes. Once that is over, that is when the festival portion will begin, and that will be on Epperly Drive between 28th and 29th Street. So right across from where Little Caesars and Longzoo, all that is there. So that'll be all shut down, and that way people can be able to come out. There'll be music, food, vendors and all sorts of stuff, so it'll be a good community engagement. And then after that, at 8 o'clock in the evening, head over to Bill Eisenhower at Sunny Lane, and they will be doing games, food, obviously have the Thunder game on, like I mentioned earlier, if the game is on that night, and then we will have the conclusion with a fireworks display. So it'll be a fun night and a great evening, and so that is all I have. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else have any public comments? All right, any of the trustees have comments? Seeing none, or managers' reports?
The only item I have for the MSA is that we are in the process of closing out the AMI water meter project. So we are going to be getting together tomorrow afternoon to make sure everything is settled for there, sending the final notifications to vendors to shut down the project, close out their bonds, things of that nature. So that'll be coming very soon. And then in May, you all will be receiving the final update on what happened with the AMI project, where everything ended, everything being complete, all of the service requirements and service reliability requirements being met, and then finalizing that so that we can start getting the information out to citizens. They can start logging in now that their bill has had time to grow, and all of the documents and the data from their bills has time to grow on their account.
So, Mr. Manager, do you think that 95% of the water meters, everything's good and working and everything else? I know that there's always problems, there's always things breaking. 98%. And so we feel that we can handle the rest of this on our own because we're about to release the vendors from their contractual obligations.
Yes, and they're still working on warranty repairs and things of that nature. They're honoring everything that they've had.
Thank you.
Okay. Only other item I have, directors, anything you'd like to add for the MSA? Okay, that's it, sir.
All right, consent docket. Discussion, consideration, just one second. Discussion, consideration, possible action to approve the following items with unanimous consent with one motion. Item A, minutes from the regular meeting of the DCMSA of March 16th, 2026. Item B, budget amendment for fiscal year 25-26 as shown on Exhibit A to the DCMSA agenda. Do I hear a motion?
I make a motion that we approve A and B as written.
Second?
And we'll take the vote. And Ms. Brown?
Aye.
Mr. Tatum?
Aye.
Mr. Childers? Mr. Aye. And Chair votes aye. And consent docket passes. Item number 6, expense. WW Electric Motor Services. Discussion, consideration, and possible action to ratify the authorization of an emergency expenditures for repairs to the Headworks pump utilizing WW Electric Motor Services from line item number 20-536-524 in the amount of $13,500. Do I hear a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
And any discussion? And Ms. Brown?
Aye.
Trustee Tatum?
Aye.
Trustee Childers?
Aye.
And Chair votes aye. Item number 7, expense for the bar screens. Discussion, consideration, and possible action to approve with modifications or deny the refurbishment of bar screens at the wastewater treatment plant with Cogent Custers pending verification of a sole source provider in the amount not to exceed $159,250 to account number 20-536-257. And before we take a thing, I would like to discuss that. This item is critical to the wastewater treatment plant, and it is currently inoperable, or not inoperable. It is damaged and does not work properly. And with what happens with that not working properly, everything else downstream does not operate properly. And then the final thing that catches and makes everything perfect is filters. And because it's not perfect at the beginning, filters that should last a lot longer at the end that are extremely expensive get damaged. So with that in mind, at the current time, we do not have the sole source part. But I would like to declare this as an absolute emergency for the city of Del City. If the filters continue to break in this part, we could be subject to fines and other stuff. And I believe that this should qualify as an emergency. So whether or not we actually have the sole source letters, which they really are a sole source part, I would like to go ahead and get this approved. Mr. Attorney? will you give your opinion?
I think that would have been appropriate if we had had it on the agenda, but being that it's not listed on here as an emergency, I think that that's exceeding our ability. I think if we want to pass it as it is, if we want to put it on the next one, if we don't have it in 2 weeks when we come back on May 4th, I think at that time, if we want to add that as an emergency, to pass this as an emergency, we can do it at that time.
And how long does it take to make a emergency meeting if we do not get this in the next, by
Whatever
Wednesday.
amount of time is reasonable for notice of the meeting.
So,
For government purposes, it's authorized usually 24 hours notice to the public.
could we, and the reason why I'm bringing this up is I'm in a business that gets to deal with the EPA. Whenever something like this happens, you get it fixed. And so, my request then is why don't we, definitely let's not wait for 2 weeks. How about if we don't have this approved by Friday, we go ahead and schedule a special meeting for Friday and just come in and get this approved as an emergency.
I think that's appropriate. I think pass it tonight, and then we can come back.
So pass it with this part, just as it says. And with the caveat is if we don't receive the letter in that by Friday, we'll have an emergency.
We are on a bit of a time crunch. I will tell you it's not listed in there, but once we get a PO, it is 14 weeks out to get this done. Sorry. It's 14 weeks out to get this done.
Right.
Once we approve it. So and we're a little nervous about that. So it will take 14 weeks once it's approved.
14 weeks, and that's the critical part of all of these things that we're dealing with is that.
That is for the company to come out and refurbish the bar screens. They told us there's a 14-week lead time once they get the PO.
To get, and a lot of it's to get the parts and the new parts for for our actual works. And so I have witnessed these things, it's definitely has to get the right parts and from the right, and that's what makes it a sole source type of thing is one company made this and they have
Just them.
the wheels and the bearings and the chains
They
that
have all that,
absolutely
yes.
fits this.
And have to fabricate a lot of them because they're
So-
updating the system.
City Attorney, a quick question. Could they go ahead and approve tonight as written, and then we go ahead and push it through as an emergency on the administrative side, and they just ratify the emergency process the next time we meet? So that way nothing has to hold up or wait?
No, but I think we just pass it tonight. I think they do everything they can to try to get this. I'm optimistic they're going to get that sole source letter before you're going to come back and have this conversation. So I think pass it tonight, we'll deal with it. If for some reason we don't, we'll deal with it. But the most important thing is right now is just getting this authorized.
Yes, agreed.
And I just wanted to say that I wanted the citizens, all the citizens, to know this is a very large expense, over $159,000, but I think it's necessary for the health and safety of our community. This is an absolute necessity. I don't take approving an amount like this lightly, but in a case like this, I believe this is absolutely imperative that we move as quickly as possible. So.
And so the final part of the story is that we are in compliance with our wastewater treatment plant. However, we are spending lots of money on filters to make that happen. So, so that's the story. Okay, so may I get a motion for, if you got it, okay.
I'll make a motion to approve the refurbishment of bar screens at the wastewater treatment plant with Cogent/Custers, pending verification of a sole source provider in an amount not to exceed $159,250 to account 20-536-257.
And can you go ahead and make your motion to include having a special meeting on Friday? That doesn't need, okay.
Second.
Oh, so we have our motion second and proceeding to the vote. Trustee Tatum?
Aye.
Trustee Brown?
Aye.
Trustee Childers?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Motion passes. Any further trust input? And one bit of trust input is again, the Lake Thunderbird Board that provides our water did finalize their budget, and basically it's the exact same amount as previous years, and so our expenses are known and ready to be put into our budgets for our next fiscal year. With that, Ms. Brown.
I make a motion that we adjourn to the Economic Development Authority.
And second. And you got it. So, Trustee Brown?
Aye.
Trustee Childers? Aye. Trustee Tatum?
Aye.
And Trustee Dean says aye. Thank you for my first meeting. So, Mr. Mayor, we really don't have a chair or a vice chair. So my suggestion, Mr. Mayor, is to let Ms. Brown run this next meeting. Oh, get JD. Yeah. Come on, you can do it.
Call to order the regular scheduled meeting for the Del City Economic Development Authority. Call to order. And Joe, do you mind doing a call roll, please?
Trustee Dean.
Here.
Trustee Childers. Here. Trustee Tatum.
Here.
And Trustee Brown.
Here. Public, does the public have any input? Does the trustees have any input? Manager's report, please.
Okay, a couple of items for the EDA. The first is on the 14th of April, Kyle and myself met with the OG&E team to do a meter review for Rose Lane, trying to find some areas where we can put some additional electricity to help offset whenever we have our evening events and the fun events that we have coming there. We won't have to have food trucks on generators and backup powers and things like that. So that went very well. We do have some good ideas coming. They did give us some ideas of what we could do to change out some of the light poles in the future. They did mention, just so that we know, it has always been a goal to eventually bury those power lines so that we would have a nice, big, beautiful area. And then they told us the cost. And so I'm almost positive we're going to keep those big, beautiful power lines right where they are. But in case anyone has an extra $1 to $2 million sitting around and would like to donate it to the beautification of Rose Lane, we will be happy to accept. So look, Ron is already raising his hand. Danwa is in the process. Right. How many of those pies do you have to sell on those special nights at McDonald's to get us there, you know? But we would greatly appreciate that if possible. Yeah, but I do want to thank Director Gandy for coming with me and working on that, and to Kimberly Adams. She brought out her team to get everything taken care of. So we do have that process moving along. So the Rose Lane project is once again getting another addition, another addition, another addition, and we're going to keep that process moving. As Josh mentioned, we do have our coffee connection coming up at the Del City Library, which is on Thursday the 23rd, 8 o'clock in the morning. So we do hope you all will join us. And last but not least, the final Rose Lane presentation from the students at OU is going to be taking place at 10 o'clock this Friday, April the 24th. It'll be done at the Del City Community Center, where they get to give us their final product, the areas that they have. I'll make any final requests or modifications for them, and then it will actually be presented before the City Council, hopefully at the May 4th meeting. If we have any technical issues, it'll be at the second meeting in May, but that way we can release it to the public and do an official public hearing of what their recommendations are for Rose Lane, let you all make any requests, modifications, things of that nature, but it will complete the CERI program that we received through ACOG. As a reminder, once you all do vote to adopt that plan, whatever modifications are needed, that's whenever we go back to ACOG and say, hey, you built us the plan, now help us fund it. So we will be able to use that for multiple areas for different versions of grant writing and fundraising. So that will be taking place Friday the 24th at 10 a.m. at the Del City Community Center. So we hope to see you there. Director Gandy, anything from you on a report side? Okay, then that is everything I have, ma'am.
Thank you for that report. Moving on to minutes. Discussions, considerations, possible action to approve minutes of the regular meeting of the DCEDA of April 6th, requested by City Clerk Joseph Carroll.
Make a motion that we approve the minutes of April 6, 2026.
Second?
There is a motion and a second. Dean?
Aye.
Tatum?
Aye.
New Mayor Childers?
Aye.
Claudia votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you, minutes. Number 6, Sunny Days Mural Fest RFP response. A, discussion of the submission of the city's response to the Sunny Days Mural Fest RFP to host either the 2027, 2028, or 2029 festival in the Rose Lane project area of Southeast 29th Street and Epperly Drive, requested by Trust Manager J.D. Hawk. And we also have B, discussion, consideration, and possible action to approve with modifications, or deny the submission of the city's response to the Sunny Days Mural Fest RFP to host either the 2027, 2028, or 2029 festival in the Rose Lane project area of Southeast 29th Street and Epperly Drive. Response includes project funding not to exceed $100,000 from the Economic Development and/or Hotel Motel Restricted Sales Tax. Authorize trust chair and trust manager to endorse any necessary resolutions and RFP documentation, requested by trust manager J.D. Hawk.
So if we're okay with item A going into the discussion, just so that you have on in the background, which I'm still trying to learn how to use this awesome piece of technology, but it should keep resetting. This is what the Sunny Days Mural Festival looks like. And it just kind of gives you some idea of what would happen if we were to approve this or do we were to receive the funding. So Councilwoman Brown brought this to our attention a couple of weeks ago, and the Sunny Days Mural Festival focuses on taking a large amount of square footage that you can get, and they'll actually come in for an entire week in the first week of June, and they will come up and build murals. They bring in national artists, state and local artists, and then invite, children and anyone else that wants to come and be a part of it. And if you give them the canvases in the area, these are some of the ideas of what they grow and what they would turn into. So it's very exciting to see. It is a very unique festival. It does include, as you will see, a giant stage. It's got areas on it where they will do music, they will do food, they will do dancing, and it really becomes a whole inclusive activity for the community if this were to take place. So, however, something this awesome does not just take place for free. The average cost of something like this is about $240,000. They do expect a third of it to be paid for by the host city or host location. So if we were to receive this RFP, if we were to be selected, we would be on the hook for anywhere between $80,000 to $100,000, depending on what year we get the funding, because we will assume if we get it, the opportunity is for 2027, 2028, or 2029. So if we were to receive the funding in one of the later years, it may be more expensive. What they would do is they would come in to perform all of these mural activities. You would have to have a fundraising chair, which we have unanimously selected Councilwoman Brown to be the one that goes and knocks on doors for that. And then we would also have a staff liaison or a site liaison, which would be somebody from the city that would be able to come in and help set everything up. But the fundraising chair would work with this nonprofit group to go out and solicit donations from local businesses, banks, major organizations, anyone that wants to come and help make this happen. And then they also bring in their own money from their nonprofit as well. So it's kind of a group effort. So a third, and a third as you all put it together. The site liaison would make sure that we have a hotel place for the local and the national artists to stay the night. We would have a venue somewhere in the area of Rose Lane, so potentially Castle Row, maybe Christian Heritage Academy if they're willing, maybe at the police or fire station, wherever we could find a place for everyone to gather during the day, meet up, come up with a plan, and then this takes place over the course of 1 week. It does take place the first week of June, so if we were selected for it, it would be June of 2020, the first week of June 2027, but we can also check the box to be considered for 28 or 29. Anytime that we would get something like this, it would directly fit into the Rose Lane project. We would be happy to start the murals immediately or within 2 years as we're working on that. And the plan that you all are going to see on Friday at 10 o'clock does provide for murals, and a location can be slid in at any given time. So it is a very unique opportunity. It is very interesting for anyone that wants to know more. It's sunnydaysmuralfest.com. So if anybody wants to look and kind of see some more ideas of what that would look like, there are opportunities there. Some things that the city is on the hook for. This is an RFP process. So just like we send out RFPs, Sunny Days sent out an RFP, so we would be able to respond to that. If you want to respond for fiscal year 27, that would be coming up this Friday, the 24th, is that deadline. If we don't, we can submit it anytime for 28 or 29. The work is already done. You should have all that in as a backup document, so it does no harm if we want to wait, if that is a way that we want to go. But this is something we've looked into. It is very interesting and unique. I believe you all should have the application in the backup docs. Is that right? So you all can see there. There should be some pictures available to you of where we would place these potential murals. So all around Rose Lane, you'd be able to see it would be on the sides of buildings, in the back of buildings where the parking is, plenty of canvas and location to be able to take that area and really dress it up.
So, first question about the RFP, Mr. Attorney, is this, cities put out RFPs to protect us from getting, to help us get the lowest price. It doesn't make sense that we can use their RFP because, they're looking for this and so it doesn't seem like, it seems like if any RFP, we should be having Sunny Days plus 2 other ones or 3 other ones who might respond to it.
No, it's their RFP. So they've put out the RFP, and they're asking for us to make the bid or the proposal. So that's what they're choosing. They're going to choose whoever's going to give them the best terms.
So this is really just an approval for us to even respond to their RFP to say, hey, consider coming to Del City. We have in place some space for you, and this is just saying if they choose to say, yes, Del City is a great year, they're going to tell us, will it be on the 2027, 2028, or 2029? They will let us know if they even choose us, and if they do choose us, this RFP is just saying, or the reason why apparently it's on the agenda is because we are responding to their RFP, and you just have notice. If they say, yes, we would love to come to Del City. Del City is the place that we picked. At least we have, you guys already know, have a heads up that it could be anywhere from 80 to 100,000 if they pick us.
But an RFP says that we're going to actually tell them how much we're going to spend.
That's part of the application process. They want to know what our financial commitment is.
And so, are we now just going to go ahead and write the check 100,000 and put that in?
No, it's just authorizing me to bring it to y'all's attention, saying that, yes, we pre-commit to this if we do get it.
Right. But they have to know how much we're going to spend so that they're going to actually choose us. Right? On this application, it says, how much are you going to spend? So are you going to just write in 100,000? So they're going to go, well, Del City's going to chip in 100,000. It's not going to be any less than 100,000.
So I'm reading from the request for proposal. So what they're asking us to provide is a letter of interest, photos and maps of proposed mural sites, proposed festival headquarters, proposed housing for artists and volunteers, proposed site liaison and fundraising chair, and our financial commitment. So that's all part of what is required
Right,
for
and
their-
our financial commitment would be an exact number, not a,
Sorry, just to show you, Kyle, so let me scroll to the bottom, but just so that you can see, their festival coming up this year, May 30th to 26th, will be the Lilac District in Claremore, Oklahoma. But now let me scroll for him so he can see. Tell me when, Kyle.
All the way to the bottom, it'll give a list of, not on this page, right? Scroll up a little bit. There's a list of all of the cities. This is not an unusual process, is what I'm getting at.
About maybe? I'm just going to.
What they do, they work with cities, specifically cities in Oklahoma.
so I saw a mural up in Kingfisher that's beautiful, and it's got the Chisholm Trail, maybe the other Chisholm Trail. So anyway, it's got that. I mean, it's a great mural that's up there. Do we have input into what they're going to paint? Or-
Whenever, if we get if we get the bid, or if they choose us, then we will start having those discussions, because we do get to speak to the coordinators. We do get to ask for an idea of what that particular artist might be wanting to put. We get to give them input of what we would like to see. So for the most part, what you've seen done in the past with those kind of things, they would have had discussions with that town. They would have had discussions with the owner of the building, and all of that gets discussed prior to. So nothing crazy, obscene. They don't have anything that's obscene. They don't have anything that's just in negative light. They try to be as positive as possible and try to bring in our draws for our city.
And so it asks us to do the, not only put in the amount, but then also provide information about lodging. So we go, so are we going to be, or do we have to pay for the lodging of these people?
Most of the time, like they said, they also have funds that they are putting in to put together the fest. So we've spoken with our hotel, motel individuals, and there's definitely a possibility and an avenue for having the artists come, because yes, they will be some recognized artists from across the U.S.
And you can just have, this is the 2025 version of what they had. It shows the artist lineup of all the different people that came and worked on the murals. In addition, it shows the artist vendors, it shows the stage lineup, the food and beverages that were available that week. So very awesome, very interesting program. And this was at Capitol Hill in Capitol Hill, Oklahoma City. So, and then this gives you an idea of how many sponsors they got. So Travel Oklahoma was able to pay into this. Ponca City, the McCall family, you can see from all the screen quite a few different options. So they do get quite a bit of funding available from their side, which will cover what you were talking about. We give our percentage, whatever that is, whatever our third, the donations give the third, and then they have their private funding for the third, and that's what covers everything, including the artists staying the night, those kinds of things.
And even with a third, that can be also donated funds. It doesn't have to come directly from the city. If miraculously I can get Dolisi to pay for all of it, then, Dolisi, if you're watching, that would be great. It wouldn't matter. But yes, at this point, we are saying if they approve, if they choose us, this is what we would do. But this isn't us writing a check to them right now.
Is there a final picture of what one of these looks like?
Searching. Kyle, does that have sound?
It will play sound, yes.
I'm just wondering if I should play one of these videos or not.
There's really good, there's some static imagery that's really good. If you go to
Events?
I think it was events. It was either events or on the homepage. Go to the homepage. It's been a couple of weeks since I was.
For those of you keeping track at home, we are, not responsible for whatever's about to appear upon the screen.
Prime example. So if you look at Automobile Alley, you go to the plaza, if you want local examples of the work, the type of work that they do, it's downtown, it's the Midtown area, it's Automobile Alley, and the Claremore-Ston. So it's the quality that you're getting here. If you think of it in a different way, like we're actually competing. The reason they're doing the RFP is because there is a ton of competition to get them to come to your community. So rather than just telling everyone no, they're just going to pick the best applicants that they can for their artists.
I'm just afraid that this might be a little bit of overkill. $100,000 is a lot of money. In the documents that I've seen here, it says we get 20 to 30 murals. To me, we don't need 20 to 30 murals, especially paying $100,000 for them. Another thing is This would be held about the first week of June. We all have our Armed Forces Parade mid-May, so 2 weeks later, we're going to have another festival. It seems a little bit too much to me. I think we're on the right track with Rose Lane as it is. We're not going to vote anything on 6A. We'll move to 6B to do that. But I just don't think that this is a worthwhile project. I mean, I want it known that I do love art and music and things like that, but this particular one, I think, is just too much for us.
And I think trying to keep, an open mind and liking it, which is, yes, we get a festival, we get that part. But have we contacted a smaller city, not Oklahoma City? Have we contacted, almost looked like Ponca City or somebody had done one. Have we contacted Ponca City to see how things turned out and how it resulted? And even in the smaller cities, is you have a lot more donors for those kinds of events. And it may be difficult for us to come up with donors for this amount.
Again, this is just for us to throw our hat in the ring. This does not mean that they are choosing us. I would like for us to consider at least throw our hat in the ring. If they say, Del City, yes, we choose you, and we have the discussions with them as far as what it's going to look like and really start getting the details, then at that point, there is a point where we can say, you know what, choose the next town in line. We cannot do it. I don't want us to not even at least try to be part of their selection. After that selection, if we are lucky enough to get chosen, then we have the opportunity to talk with them. And I think in between the time, they would be more than happy to come and talk to us about this. But again, this is just for us to throw our hat in the ring. We may not even get chosen. And if we do get chosen, we can discuss that, talk to them, get in front. You guys ask them those questions. And if it's too much for us, it doesn't specifically have to say that we need 20 walls. I think we can discuss those if we get chosen. And we can also say, what about 2028?
Yep.
And they can come and talk to us about any concerns that you guys have. I think that this is still a good way to at least let's just try and see if we would even get it.
So one question is whenever we put out RFPs, we're fully, right. Normally when we do, we're expecting whoever puts that in is going to perform. Is there a performance clause for if we sign up for this?
This does not include the contract, which is a question I would definitely want to know, but I support it, and I support the arts 100%. But before you commit to this, I think that the real conversation is, are you prepared to put $80,000 to $100,000? Just say 80 is the minimum. Until you're ready to commit $80,000 to it, I don't think you want to respond to an RFP.
So before we could even submit this RFP, we had to have a one-on-one with Sunny Days. There was a one-on-one with Sunny Days that included Kyle, Josh, JD, and myself. At that time, it was very clear how we were supposed to fund this. And they were very upfront about those needs. And at that time, JD, you did say that you could absolutely make that work and that is possible. That's why we even moved to that next step. At that point, you felt pretty confident. At that point, Kyle felt pretty confident, as well as Josh felt pretty confident. At that point, do you still feel confident, and where were you getting that confidence from when speaking directly to the Mural Fest before we even submitted a response to their RFP?
So in speaking in regards to staff time and dime, we are able to do that through our economic development team, especially if we do get selected. This would not take place for another year because we're obviously going to be at June of 26. It's June of 27 is the first option. So that is something that we would be able to have staffing available through both the chamber and ourselves to be able to bring people out for the time frame this would take place. So staffing we are capable of. In regards to funding, and Joe, feel free to step in on this one. As of right now, we do have funding available through 2 different economic development restricted funds. Fund 34 is economic development. The quarter of a penny sales tax. I got to make sure I get all these quarter pennies right. The quarter penny sales tax for economic development not only brings in about $750,000 a year, it also has a well-maintained reserve fund that we would be able to take money out of this, if not from the current fiscal year because we'd know in advance we're getting it and we could move the money over for a regular expense, or we could pull money out of savings for something special like this if needed. The same thing goes with our hotel motel tax, has a dedicated item for economic development and tourism, which would fall into this as well, and it has a smaller but still mighty reserve fund that we would be able to pull from, both of which are restricted and limited in what we can use. So for everybody else keeping track at home, there is limitations to this funding, but it would match this need. Kyle?
If I could add one thing to that real quick before he starts, it still is going to require this board's
approval when the time
approval.
comes, yes.
So one thing that, I don't know how many of you have heard me say it, new mayor, Childers, you probably haven't heard me say this, but one of the things that precedes economic development is community development. One of the things that we've been pressing for since our rebrand, through our pillars, through all of sort of the push that we have gone through, is community building. We need a seed for growth in that area, and a seed for growth is something that is that's going to bring in people from outside our city. It's going to cause our residents to delight in and appreciate a portion of our city that they haven't necessarily had an opportunity to do before, and we're focusing heavily on that area. So when we look at the 29th Street corridor, this is a prime location to plant that seed. With the Rose Lane project that's coming along, my professional opinion is that this is money well spent. When we're talking to other muralists and other very large organizations that do this, they fully encourage us to take advantage of a 66%, a 60%, not mathing, 70%, sorry, reduction in the cost of that project. So we're looking at $100,000 for over $300,000 worth of goods delivered.
I'm looking at the website, and if anybody wants to follow along, it's Sunny Days with a Z, sunnydaysmuralfest.com. This is the request for proposal that I'm looking at. It says festival highlights include a series of 20 to 30 permanent large-scale public murals. I really don't think we need 20 to 30 permanent large-scale public murals. If you do that, once these folks are gone, who maintains 20 to 30 large-scale public murals? Pardon me?
Part of the nature of murals is their impermanence. So it's sort of like graffiti being a type of mural. It's expected that there's a turnover there, right? So the impermanence is part of the thought process in a mural. So the maintenance of would be a new mural placed over the top of that at 15, 20, 30 years down the road.
And that's exactly the problem I have, is once you get this painted, they get weathered, they get chipped, they fade. Who comes in then? Do we have another RFP in the future about this? I mean, I don't want to spend another $100,000 doing this again every few years.
So my opinion of that is you would just kind of let weather and nature take its course, and at a given time, I mean, the materials that they're using, they're not putting in the labor and the love for something to not last long enough for it to be fully enjoyed. And so while I understand what you're saying, the upkeep of a mural or the art of a mural, some people would say it increases as it's distressed, depending on what the artist's vision is for it, right? So as a mural degrades over time, it's just part of that piece of art, and when we decide that it's time to redo that piece of art, that's when we would go back out.
Right, and that's what I'm against. I'm very much in favor of a mural or two murals perhaps, but as time goes on, these are going to have to be repainted, they're going to have to be refurbished, they're going to have to be sandblasted or whatever medium you use to remove the old paint. Then you're going to have to paint a new mural, that's going to be another expense. If you keep doing this for multiple murals, I think it's just too expensive. I believe if we could concentrate on just one or two in that area, make them look very nice, have local artists involved in this, some input, have handprints of the kids and all that stuff, I think it's a much better design, a better focus than spending $100,000 on this. I mean, that just seems outrageous. And I know about economic development. I mean, you've got to have that seed, of course. But right now, I think that this is simply too much. I think we could lower this amount, take that money, and invest it in a couple of murals locally in the right spot, and we get the same bang for the buck. For a lot less bucks.
One other thought is like I said, there's lots of murals here that they're claiming. Is I wonder if we could share them with Midwest City and possibly go in partners with them to have more space. But as you're looking at mural space on this, on the wall, all I can really think of is really the post office. You know, we were talking in the past that we need an evidence room, we need another building for the police station. So if we did that big canvas that's there, it could get covered up. You know, going down from after you drop off your mail and you have this, the next problem is whether or not we're going to keep our post office. Right now, they're not picking up the mail except for, I think, at 3 o'clock in the morning. You know, so those are some of the things is that. But the final thing for us to all remember is this is $100,000 that we could go and immediately go and spend on Rose Lane whenever they present this on Friday. This is $100,000 that's gone because we're going to have to budget that for the future of not having that. So we do have finite resources.
And that same $100,000 could be spent for a few murals in the area,
right,
plus planters, whatever else we come up with. I mean, I love the idea of having murals, but trust me, I want murals. 100% I want murals.
I doubt Wyland is going to come in, you know, and put a big whale on our things. But you know, if you did go to a different part, you could, you know, a different system for an artist, you could actually decide that we want to have an airplane and celebrate our past, you know, our beginnings as a city, and have that there. Vice free reign is what I really see this is going to be, is that I don't know how much we're going to have as input to this. And that's my scary part is I think that, you know, we're going to end up putting this in. We're going to set ourselves up for a lawsuit if we decide to cancel on them because there's other people. I just don't know how much of a chance do we get to go and say, yeah, now that we see what the options are for your ideas, yeah, this isn't going to work for Del City, we want to cancel. It's like, I'm sorry, you signed up. So again, that's my problem with the contract is I just don't know how committed we are, and if we don't like what we're seeing, if we can get out of it.
Ron, did you have something to say?
Ron McCall, 3403 South Wolford. I tend to agree with Mr. Tatum over here. My main question is, what is the lifespan, normal lifespan of one of those murals? Are we talking 10, 15 years? Or are we talking 2 or 3? If it's 10 to 15, fine. there's 2 or 3, who's going to maintain it? Who's going to put it back up? And then $100,000, yeah, sounds like a lot of money. I agree, we're only paying a third of the total cost. But there's a lot of other things that we need that 100,000 can go towards than 20 to 30 murals. I understand we need the economic growth, but
I'm very curious how you add that to minutes. That was a very interesting.
Okay, so I'm going to just go ahead and call for the vote. Obviously, I'm going to be voting yes. And again, this is just to throw our hat in the ring. We have not been selected for anything. And I do not believe that if they call us and say, hey, Del City, you guys are winners, if we have a discussion, even now, we can ask those questions, but this is just for us to even be thought of as a candidate and as a city.
So are you on 6A or 6B? Because the first one is just a discussion.
Right, we've already done that, so it's...
So you moved on to 6B?
Yes.
Okay, and your motion is to approve?
Is there a second? I'm going to ask one more. Is there a second for the approval? Lack of a second? Is there any other motions?
Now it can die for lack of a second, so.
Okay, died for a lack of a second.
I would like to see, like I said, parties or this part, or re-look at it, maybe check with Del City or with Midwest City or this. But at this moment, this is just too much.
Moving on, so we've got executive session, number 7. Discussion, consideration, possible action, if any, to approve recessing to executive session pursuant to the Oklahoma Open Meeting Act, Oklahoma Statute Title 25, Section 301, for purposes of the following: A, discussion concerning confidential matters pertaining to economic development, including the transfer of property, financing, or the creation of a proposal to entice a business to locate within the city of Del City, including but not limited to the area of Southeast 15th and Sooner Road and I-40 and Scott Street, as provided in the Oklahoma Statutes, Title 25, Section 307, C11, as the public disclosures of the matters discussed would interfere with the development of products or services, and public disclosure would violate the confidentiality of the businesses, requested by Development Director Kyle Gandy. And B, discussion consideration, the purchase of appraisals of real property, including but not limited to the area of Southeast 15th and Sooner Road and I-40 and Scott Street, pursuant to Oklahoma Statutes Title 25, Section 307B3, requested by Development Director Kyle Gandy. We will reassemble in the council chambers. Motion to exit executive session. Attorney, does this qualify as executive session material?
Yes, it does.
Thank you. I make a motion that we turn to executive session.
Second?
Right? So there's a motion and a second to go to executive session. Councilman Tatum?
Aye.
Councilman Dean?
Aye.
Mayor Childers?
Aye.
Vote aye. We're going to executive session. As we re-adjourn from our executive session, we are on number 8. I would like to get a motion to adjourn from to come out of executive session.
I make a motion to come out of the executive session.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Mayor Childers,
Aye.
Councilman Dean,
Aye.
Tatum,
Aye.
Claudia says aye. We are returned from executive session. Item number 8.
Yep.
We are returned now from executive session. Action from executive session number 8, discussion, consideration, possible action deemed appropriate, if any, arising from discussions held in executive session concerning confidential matters pertaining to, but not limited to, A and B as written. Do I have a motion?
Make a motion that we proceed as discussed. And on item A, make a motion that we proceed as discussed. We have to vote on it separately.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
Yeah, I'll second.
Have a motion and a second to approve item A. Councilman Dean?
Aye.
Mayor Childers?
Aye.
Councilman Tatum?
Aye.
Claudia votes aye. Motion A passes. B as written. Do I have a motion?
Make a motion that we proceed as discussed.
Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Councilman Dean?
Aye.
Councilman Tatum?
Aye.
Mayor Childers?
Aye.
Claudia votes aye.
And
For B, it is approved. Is there any trust input?
yes, ma'am. Ha ha. I've been wondering, and Joe, this is more for you and for you, Mr. Manager. The trust has a lot of property, and we have a lot of mowing, and we have a lot of maintenance on that property. I think that we need to make sure that the trust is paying its bills for mowing and maintenance. And in fact, I bet you that there is 25 years of IOUs that we could also potentially look into. That's it. With that, I make a motion that we adjourn.
Second.
There's a motion and a second to adjourn. Councilman Dean?
Aye.
Councilman Tatum?
Aye.
Mayor Childers?
Aye.
Claudia votes aye. We are now adjourned.
I like when you talk at the third person.